Alright, my homies. It's Tuesday. Tuesday. And overnight, I did a bunch of refactoring. Refactoring and tidying of the codebase. Can't remember all of what I did, but I added a nice little characters tab where you can see all the characters you own. What up, Cal? I tidied up the... There's no playing games anymore. My games is just games you own and games that you are taking part in. I made it so that if you create a new game, it should really take you into the game when you create it. But anyway, it automatically adds you as a player. Not sure how I feel about that one, but it's probably reasonable. I did a bunch of stuff on the code side. I tidied up the learnings a bit. Coco spammed the hell out of it. But I tidied it up a bit. Just a little. Just a little. Now when you go to a character... Oh, I don't have any characters. I'm thinking you should probably be able to create a character without being in a game. I think that'd be reasonable. So anyway, you can add a learning. The UI for it is terrible. But if you add one, it's no longer in the list, so you can't add it again. Which does cause problems if you want to go from basic to master. There's no back button here, but you can just press back. What else did I do? Most of the other stuff I did was on the code side. Like this whole details edit delete is the same on characters as well. Well, no, not on characters. It's on games. It's the same on learnings, except we don't have that restriction. So what I did was, I did a whole bunch of stuff, but I tidied stuff up. First of all, the controllers were going a bit crazy. Like, it was really hard to find what I wanted. So I split them all up into separate sections. So if I want to change something, I can see exactly what I've changed. Like here, I've modified the details, and it's just got the details stuff in it. Then you got one for deleting. Should make it easier to navigate the code and see what I've actually changed, instead of it just saying, you've done something to do with characters, which isn't the most useful information. So that'll be nice. Make it a bit easier to navigate. I also found that in the games controller, I was constantly finding a game and trying to build it. Like, bring all the different components together from the database. So I created this function, find game by ID, which does all that for you. So whenever you want to find a game, you can just call this. And I did a similar thing for removing a player, because we do that in multiple places. So anyway, to make categories for learnings. Now that is a good idea. So for that, for categories, we would want a separate database table for a category so that you could create a category and then you could assign a learning to a category. Just have the categories be the generic learnings. I guess the question is, would a specific learning already have a generic that went along with it? I'm not sure that they would. Maybe they would. Maybe they would. Can't specialize something until you know the basics. Until you know the generic information about it. That's plausible. That's definitely plausible. But then I feel like the even the generics would have a category, right? Like for magic, you would have spellcasting, you would have rituals. They're both generic, but they are kind of similar. They're in a similar vein. If you wanted to be a spellcaster, you would kind of look at that category. But then this is where we start getting into groupings. Like, how do we group these things? Because if we had grouping, if we did have a category, because that'd be really nice, right? It'd be like mods almost. Like when you're creating a game, you could choose a bunch of things that you want to allow in your game. Or things that you would prefer people to use, maybe. Like if you're doing a fantasy game, you probably want to be able to say, here is a list of all the fantasy related learnings, equipment, that kind of stuff. Or create your own, and I might approve it as the AF. Exactly, like D&D books, right? Just like the D&D books, which is where my rulebook idea came from. That's where my rulebook idea came from. Just like D&D books. But they're not really rulebooks, are they? They're just content books. So rulebooks is kind of misleading. So I'd like to know what we could call that kind of thing, and I think that's what we should implement now that we've started adding learnings. I think if we add too much, it's going to be a pain to add that stuff after the fact. So yeah, the D&D books is a very good comparison. It's that kind of thing we want to do. What would you call such a thing? Free DLC content. What would you call it? What would you call it? I'm going to go with rulebook for now. We're not putting anything in the database yet. We're just trying to design how it'll work. If we come up with a better name, I think rulebook is not the right name. Rulebook is not the right name. Maybe like something book. I think book works quite well because people associate a book with like a grouping of content, right? Content book. Yeah. Yeah. So we have a content book. It has an ID. It has a name. which is required. Expansion implies base. Would we have a base? Maybe we would have a base. I'm not sure though, because what would the base contain? Let's add a description while we're at it. The rules. Yeah, you might be onto something there. Super generic ones like one-handed fighting and crossbow fighting. You may be right. For now, let's just call it a book. Right? Let's just call it a book. There's not going to be any other concept of a book. I think that's fine. It'll have a name, it'll have a description. It'll have an owner, I think. I'm going to introduce the idea of switching ownership at some point and adding like admins as well as owners. But for now, I think that's pretty good. Before I forget, can't have Coco messing about. So you have a book, and then that's fine, I think. The book doesn't need to reference anything else. We can get it all through more devious means. Although we might reference other stuff in the future. Like a learning will now I'm going to say it has to be assigned to a book for now. You could create your own book, which is just like your personal book, but it does have to be in a book. I think that's fair. And then I can make the learnings page have it so that you can filter based on which book they're in, which will be nice. So that's cool. probably want to tidy this up at some point. Not yet. And then learning has one. I might have to nuke the database for this to work. Has one book. I'm not 100% sure I have to do that, but I'll keep it in for now. So cool. What is that going to do? It might explode. Oh look, it didn't explode. So it's adding book ID to learnings. Let's create owner ID 1. Owner ID 1. Owner ID 1, that shouldn't have a 1 on it. Right, for now, let's remove that link, these links. We'll just do the book. We'll just do the book. We'll worry about linking it up later. I should have done books before I did learnings, but I wasn't 100% sure on them. I'm glad I waited. That is gonna cause a little bit of pain. Oh right, yeah, I can get rid of that. Added book table. Now this should be simple. Oh, I'm such a fool. I need to say that a book has an owner as well. This is why I shouldn't try and do more than one thing at once. Whenever I try and do more than one thing at once, it just doesn't work. Added book table. Why is it adding owner ID 1? Because it's saying that's nullable true. That's why. It's because I didn't mark it as required, I think. No, I did mark it as required. In game. Oh, I have an owned base. I should just use the owned base. Oh, it's a string. It's a string. However, this is a good opportunity to show off my owned base as well. So a book is an owned base, which means I can get rid of the ID. I can get rid of these. So owned base is basically anything that implements owned base gets those database tables. Now that being said, this should be required. You have to have an owner. There's just no getting around it. I totally forgot I made owned base, but it makes adding new things that are owned by someone much easier. This might add a bunch of weird changes, but hopefully they make sense. Yeah. It's making a bunch of the other tables. It's forcing them to have owner IDs, which I think is fair. It's updating all these tables to say, you have to have an owner. Which is totally legit. And they should all have owners, so it shouldn't break the database. Foreign key, owner ID, on table games may cause. Oh, okay. So a game. That's what I get for making it required. Let's put it in there. So a game. What's it complaining about? It's saying a game has a bunch of users. And the users. Okay. May cause multiple cascade paths. So that means when you delete something, it might completely explode stuff. Is that because if we introduce a constraint, no, why would that cause a problem? Let's double down. James says, draw out your database diagram, your paths will show up. Ooh, that's not going to do anything, that's good. That's a good call, James. How do I feel like there's a way I can do that, right? I feel like there's a way I can do that. Server name is desk. I think I can just do localhost, right? Shouldn't have hit refresh. I shouldn't have hit refresh. Ah. Hitting refresh is like the worst thing you can do. Delete that. Delete that. Get rid of the trash. That's not what I wanted. Now there should be a way to visualize how would I do that? There has to be a way. Visual Studio 2019 visualize database. Done it for classes using VS and Access DBs using Access, and written things to do with Oracle and GraphViz. Maybe SQL Management Studio will let me do it. Probably not. Nice if it did. Sure would be nice if it did. No. Open Server Explorer, right click on the data diagrams. Under the DB you want, add data diagram. But there is no data diagram. Server Explorer. Oh, I'm not in Server Explorer. But there's still no data diagram. It lies! The SQL Server Management Studio, you can do it the same way. Oh, data diagrams. Sure. Let's see what this does. Take everything. No, you don't need migrations history. Hey, this is quite nice, apart from the whole navigating around. But I guess it's okay. So we can ignore the ASP user stuff. It's saying... Yeah, it is nice. So what was my error I was getting? Introducing foreign key constraint. Games to ASP users, owner ID, on table games, may cause cycles or multiple cascade paths. So it's games to ASP, so it's games to ASP, the owner ID. Yeah. Oh, ASP is... Oh, it's to ASP.NET users! Yeah, I was on app user games, you're right. So owner ID links to that. I was then saying... the owner ID... That's the thing, right? I don't understand what it's complaining about. Introducing a foreign key constraint on games may cause cycles or multiple cascade paths. So it's saying if I delete a user, it's going to have to delete a game. Because the owner was gone. Then it's going to have to delete these. Yeah, I'm also going to have to delete one of these because this is the users for that game. No, the character won't get deleted. The character... Oh no, if the game... No, because that's... Oh, I don't know actually. It shouldn't delete the characters. I don't want it to delete the characters when you delete a game. James says there are multiple paths from ASP.NET user delete to app user, and games and characters and character learnings. Those multiple top levels are the problem. See, I don't know much about SQL, but I can do the basics. At this point, I start to get very confused. So I'm glad you know what it's talking about, James. But I do want to learn. So... I guess what it's saying... I don't know what it's saying. It's saying when I delete... When I delete my user, it's going to really not be happy because... Yeah, so if I delete one of these, it's gonna... Because foreign key constraints don't always imply deletion, right? Unless it's set to cascade. That's what it might be saying, that I shouldn't have everything set to cascade? Is that what it means? I think there's always going to be multiple cascade paths, right? Because if I delete a game... No, there doesn't have to be. I can just make it so that this is not cascade. And this is not cascade. A to B, A to C, and then C to B, all with cascade. You get a loop in there. See, I would expect it to be smarter, right? I would expect it to say A has deleted B, now A is deleting C. C is trying to delete B. Oh, it's already deleted. Your DB basic design is a bit off, James F. said kindly. I think I just need to remove the constraints, maybe. Although if there is a tidier way to do the DB, it would be nice. Hey Coco, we're looking at the database. Amount of garbage left over. Yeah. That's the trouble, right? But you should always be able to delete a character without it deleting the game. That's just a fact. And when you delete someone from app user games, it should not delete the game. That is also a fact. So these two should not have cascade deletes. Which would mean there would only be one on games, which would be okay. Right? Where do I see all my, How do I see if it's got a cascade? ASP links to game users, then game user can be in a game or the owner of a game. So you need one link down from ASP net users and catch all the cleanup with the other cascade deletes. Yeah, right. I don't want this. No, but I do want it to delete that. I just don't want deleting that to delete that. Oh, databases really mess with your head. Whew. Where do I see all my constraints? Games has no constraints, and it's complaining that if I add a constraint to games, it's going to freak out. App user games, do you have any constraints? No. It's just ASP users who has constraints. Do I have any user list other than ASP.NET users? No. It's ASP.NET users all the way down. Game ID is okay. Owner ID is okay. App user ID from there should be okay. The tricky thing is going to be, I think it's if you're an owner of a game and you're also in that game, I think that's where it's going to freak out. I've cascade delete on characters, games, and app user games, but no cascade delete links between. Yeah, see, I don't want any cascade delete links between. I don't see any constraints, but it doesn't seem to be showing them all. I don't understand where I see them, to be honest. However, I think that is the key, right? I wish it'd tell me what the other constraints were. That it was gonna, like... It just says modify other constraints. It's like, give me a hint, man. Look at characters' keys. Which game do I think sounds most interesting for a stream? Hotline Miami. People like seeing people die repeatedly. Thing is, it needs a foreign key to the character, right? Like, the character needs a foreign key to the game. I don't know if it is a foreign key, actually. Where's properties? I guess modify is where you see the properties. My understanding of a foreign key, right? My understanding of a foreign key. The cascade delete is between table... you have to come up with it yourself, Coco. I'm not going to design your stream for you. I'm just not going to. Play what you feel like playing, man. That's what I do. So the cascade delete is between table 1 and table 2 through the link defined to the DB. But a foreign key doesn't automatically imply a cascade delete, right? If you'd be fine for all of them, man, then just pick one and play it. That is the second opinion I'm giving you. In Oracle, you create the foreign key with the option with cascade delete. Ah, okay. So I need to make this not have with cascade delete. That's cool. So now, EF core code first, C cascade deletes. Delete behaviors are defined. Okay. What does enforce foreign key constraint do? It is checked. I think that is the cascade delete thing. I thought that as well, but I'm not entirely sure. For optional relationships, nullable foreign key. It's possible to save a null foreign key value, which results in the following effect. A non-nullable is equivalent to a required relationship. If core tracks that the foreign key property has been marked as null until save change is called. Yeah, right. A non-nullable foreign key is equivalent to a required relationship. So it all happened because thing is that is required, right? You have to have that. I'm going to remove those requireds. I added them on a whim. And I think owned base is okay, right? If you have an owner ID, if you have an owner, that's basically saying if you have an owner, you will be deleted when the owner's deleted, right? It's not saying if you delete this, it will delete the owner. I think. Now if I delete and the parent to child relate is not required, the orphans will be left in the DB. Yeah. Let's do that and see what it does. At least I haven't committed any of these changes, so I can just undo it all and then have a look back. So that's not going to make any change. See, that's weird. I thought that would change at least something. Oh, databases, you're so woesome. Well, it's complaining about this, right? What is this actually adding? It's dropping these two foreign keys. It's when I try and apply this migration that it freaks out. So the question is, what is this migration doing? It's making it so characters... It's removing the foreign key and then it'll be adding a new one for characters. And that's where the cascades are coming in. So it's adding two cascades. And... well, three, I guess, because it's adding the new table as well. But that's okay, because when you delete a user, it deletes the book. If you delete a user, it deletes the game. If game is deleted, what's cascaded from there? Well, yeah, that's the question, right? I believe if game is deleted, it's not messing with it here, but if I go back to adding game, adding... Ooh, look, we've got a restrict. Where did I add app users? App users. So when a game is deleted, it deletes the app user. Here we are, we're tracking it down. When a game is deleted, it deletes the app user from app user games. Restrict was on the previous game as well, yeah. I think it's this, right? But we want that. Not the app user games, sorry. So app user games is everyone who's playing the game. It's basically the players for a game. So when you delete a game, you want to delete all the mappings to players. So that's what that's doing. But then, I think what's causing the problem is then somewhere we had a similar thing with app users, right? Saying if you delete an app user, it deletes the game. So I think what we've got, if I open Paint, in fact, no, I don't even need Paint. What we've got, I think, is you delete this. It says, okay, I'm going to delete this. This says, okay, I'm going to remove my columns from this. And this is saying, I'm going to remove columns from this. So both of these are trying to remove columns from this. I think that's what it's talking about. Which is annoying because both cases are actually valid cases. If I'm a player and I delete my account, I want to be deleted from this. But if I own a game, I want to be deleted from this. So I want to be deleted from both. It's different scenarios, right? And if I'm an owner and a player in the same game, which is totally legit, then I want to be deleted from both. Which it will do when I delete the game. But it's when you try and delete the entire guy that it freaks out. The warning gave a couple of options. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. It said specify on delete no action or on update no action or modify other foreign key constraints. But I want both of those on delete actions, right? I want them both. So maybe DB redesign, exactly, that's what I was thinking. DB redesign, which is super awkward. I'm not sure how I'd redesign it. Intermediate table between games and app user games that gets deleted but does not delete app user games. But app user games is intrinsically tied to games. So what I really need is there any other way an intermediate table contains the keys of the parent and the child but is handled by code? Yeah. I mean, the issue is that the owner is going straight to there, right? No, I don't think it is. Even if I had like a buffer between those two, it'd still cascade all the way down. What's interesting, right, is this wasn't happening until I made one of these changes. There's no changes in app user games, because I've undone them. It was when I said the owner ID was required. But the owner ID totally is required. It is required! What's in this? Oh, bug fix. Let me stage that. Bug fix. That's for adding books. And then I made book be an owned base. Right, what I'll do is I'll undo that. And I'm gonna shimmy see if this works without that being required. That'll clean everything up. Then we can re-add it and see why it breaks and try and come up with a good way to fix it. 2 tables instead of app user games, games owned by, and games in. But games in is literally it, right? App user games is games in. There is no games owned by table. The trouble is if you own a game and you are in that game. Let's clean things up a bit. Using one table for 2 purposes. Let's remove that migration as well. Right, we're back where we started. Now, added book. And this should be happy. Update database. What's it actually adding? It's adding book. It's adding a foreign key on that, which is restrict. Don't perform the action if it would result in a constraint violation and instead generate an error. Right, so we are now in a position where everything is happy. So yeah, update the database diagram. Can I just hit refresh? No? Grab everything except the migration history. Where's books? This does say it's adding book, right? Yeah. Where's books? I updated the database. Where is books? I hope I haven't accidentally pushed it to production. I make that mistake all the time. I totally have. Well, production can just live with it. Okay. Yeah, I'm set to production. Ah, shit. I should probably have a less let's nuke the databasey way of doing that. Production should still be fine though. I mean, it's just adding books. At least it's not doing anything else. Right, we have our books. Let's close these diagrams. I do enjoy this stuff. It's very confusing, the database stuff, but I figure the more you do it, the less confusing it gets, right? Hey look, books still isn't in that list. That's weird. Refresh. There we go. Do. I like watching it build this. There's something satisfying about it. Whoa, it totally changed that, huh? Who knew books could have such an effect? Right. Maybe it wasn't the books, maybe it was, No, this is still the same. So... yeah, it's still exactly the same. So let's we'll do a few tests, right, and see how it's behaving without that required on. Added book table. Right, so now if we run it, we can do a few tests. So, right, that's it. This will be the ultimate test. Let's delete all our users. See if it explodes. And then we can do some nice clean tests. No rows were deleted. A problem occurred attempting to delete row 2. Row 2 is Bob. The delete statement conflicted with the reference constraint. ASP users owner ID. Maybe deleting the users every so often is a good idea. Right. Will it let me delete this guy? Probably not. No. But it should let me delete everyone else. Then we've got our 2 actual accounts. Because Bob and not Bob are the only ones I'm actually using, so this will clean things up a bit. Right, then I'm going to delete all the games. Ooh, look, I can't delete all the games either. Row 21. Row 21, you son of a bitch. I want to clean things out. Please describe the user of app user games. Okay, so that one can't be deleted. Can the rest of them? Row 11. Okay. Let me clean this up and then I will. Right, we've got 3 games left and they all break the criteria. Good. So now we know all 3 of these games are dodgy. Describe the use of app user games. Okay, so when I have a game, like testing players, I want to see who is playing the game. So I need because it's a many-to-many, right? I've got many games, and a user can be in many games. And a game can have many users. So it won't let me delete this one because it was created by Not Bob, and Not Bob is a player, right? So the game is Not Bob, and then this is the app user games. So I bet if I left the game... Oh, it won't let me leave because I own it. Characters... Yeah, so he's got 2 characters. He's got the Cheeseburger King. How many entries in app user games for Not Bob? 1. Not Bob is EC47. Bob is 12FB. So there's 1 entry, which makes sense because he has 2 characters, but only one of them is actually in a game. And if I go to games, my games, he's in 2 games. That's the best way to look at it. Games linked to characters, characters link to app user games. Would that solve? The thing is, the thing is, right? If I create a game, in fact, I'm not going to create a game. I'm just going to end up spamming games again. If I go into Not Bob's game, I add Bob, and I say Bob is allowed to play in my game. Right? He hasn't created any characters, but he is in app user games because he's allowed to create characters for this game. And then when he creates a character, that character has a link to the game, but it's not required, it's nullable. So when you delete a game, it doesn't delete the character. Because a character can just be free roaming. The only thing it needs is an owner. Where's my diagram? Add characters to games instead of people. So then if I do that, the thing is I need to give people permission I already don't delete characters if I delete a game. I think, maybe. Let's check that. Well, no, I know that. See, a character is linked to a game and to a user. So that's what we want, right? But then what you're saying is... See, the problem then comes in, how do I choose who is allowed to make characters for my game? But if a user owns characters and games linked to characters, how do I have this? Right? If I want to set up a game and I want to say these 3 people are allowed to play my game, I add them as users. But if user says add character X to game, so the user creates the character, but the user wouldn't have permission, the owner would, so the owner would have to add the character to the game. Maybe that's okay though. Maybe that's okay. User creates character, submits character to owner for inclusion. That could work. That could work. Does it cause any user experience issues? If it doesn't, that's what we're going with. I do like the idea of getting rid of cascade deletes. Is going to mean nuking the database, but that's okay. Nobody's done anything of value anyway. And this is the time to sort out these issues, right? So, okay, so let's go through how it'd work. I decide I want to create a game, and it's called Not Bob's Cool Game. Delete owner deletes characters. So the question is, at this point, how does Not Bob invite people into the game? Because if I create a game for me and Cal, for instance, I use Cal as an example because he quite likes C&D. Invitations through in-game messaging system. No. Maybe? Possibly. So what we would really want, instead of create character, we would want like assign character. And that would take you to a screen with all your characters who aren't in a game. And then you would choose which one to bring in. That's quite nice, actually. That's quite nice. I do quite like that. Except the only thing I don't like about that is I am not Bob, right? And I have made this game. I'm now Bob. I can see a list of all games, right? And I can see Not Bob's Cool Game. Anyone can submit any character for any game, and the owner has an accept character for game button. The owners might get fed up with being spammed by requests. I think the owner would definitely want to approve a character. But letting anyone do it? What we really need, because currently Bob can go to my games. Oh look, I'm in the test. Wait, why isn't Bob in the Cool Game? Oh, because I haven't invited him, right? So the way it currently works is Not Bob goes to his game. So this would become like invite user, right? Invite Bob. And then Bob can go to my games. And he can go, oh look, I'm in Not Bob's Cool Game. And then you can go details and you can create a character. That's okay. I do like the idea of you go to characters, you create a character here. Then you go to Not Bob's Cool Game. And you assign your character. But how do you find Not Bob's Cool Game without him manually pasting you a link outside of the application? If you can solve that problem, I like this system. We would solve that system by sending out invites, like you said. But then that becomes the app user table again. The app user games table again. With the invites, right? Because if you delete a game, you'll want to delete all the invites for that game. If you delete a user, you'll want to delete all the invites that that user sent out. We get into the same position. Except it's not the same position. This problem is why we used to do no cascade delete options and then handle it all in code. Yeah, totally. It's not the same position, it's slightly better because the owner will never have an invite to his own game. But then this app user games is essentially the invite system. So all I really need is we've got two scenarios. We've got owner deletes game. User deletes account. And the clashes are coming in when the owner deletes account. And that's what's causing the clash, right? That's not the only thing that's causing the clash, because when I try and delete this, that's not deleting an account, that's just deleting a game. Testing players, right. What is going on in testing players? Not Bob has a character. So that's where we're hitting this scenario. Where the owner's deleting the game. Well, not this scenario. It's owner deletes game and owner is a player in the game. That's what's causing that issue. Because no, that shouldn't cause that issue. That should be fine. What's going on with the test game? What does that one look like? That's owned by Bob, and Bob has both of the characters. So it won't let me delete that one either. Characters, games, game ID. There it is. Where's characters? It shouldn't be trying to delete the character when we delete a game. That's what's causing that problem, right? It's trying to delete the character. I think. Is that what that error message suggests? Problem occurred trying to delete row 2. The delete statement conflicted with the reference constraint characters, games, game ID. So it's trying it's saying I can't delete this because character is referencing it, right? That's what it's saying. It's not trying to delete the character, it's saying I can't delete this because character is referencing it. Which is not what we want. We want it to just set character's game back to null. So if we go back to this page, we want set null, right? That's okay, James. We want set null. So when you try and delete a game, it's going to set the character's game to null. It's not going to throw a hissy fit. It's just going to say, just set it to null, yo. So how do I configure that? I think I do it in... I think my memory just kicked in. I think I do it in here. think I do that. Add, let's see what that does to the database. Migration. Set null on game delete. Let's see what that does. Experimentation is key. Good. That's what I want. So if I update database, now it should let me delete this row. Maybe, possibly, potentially. No. But why? Characters games game ID. Oh, sacre bleu. I did update the database. And that should have updated it so that on deletion of the principal, which is game, so when I delete the game, it should set game ID to null. And game ID is nullable. So, you know, it should be happy. Is basically what I'm saying. It should be letting me delete that without crying about characters games game ID, because we just set up a constraint to say don't worry about it. So why is it still worrying about it? Why is it still worrying about it? Let's have a look at this foreign key. Well, that doesn't tell me a lot of interesting information. I did update the database, right? I'm going to cry. Not really, but it sure is disheartening when we can clearly see it here saying that's what it's gonna do. We can clearly see it. Time for madness. Am I accidentally updating the production database again? Whoops, that would explain it. How am I told it to use the development environment. Well, I've just nuked the database on the production version. Whoops. Sure is a shame I don't have any backups. Yeah, apply the migrations, it's fine. Let's register an account. Have you ever accidentally nuked your production database? Oh, do the users still exist? Oh, that's pretty good then. Have I totally knackered that? Or have I just forgotten my password? Could go either way. Time to be extreme. Sorry, database. You had a good run. Peace? You make one small update to a production database and nuke the entire thing. That's what I get for having it hooked up so I can push stuff manually. RIP database, yeah. It's fine, we'll push it again. We'll see what that does. Sure hope this works. Coco's gonna be a bit pissed that all his hard spam work has gone. But you know what? It'll be quite nice to have a clean database. If anything, it's going to be good. It's been a long time coming. We'll be going through all the migrations one by one. Plus this means I can probably get Bob and not Bob back Quick. Actually, I want Callum. Phew! Quick. Get Bob. Phew! Quick, get not Bob. Phew! Ah, look at that. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. Right, now, I really need to set this back to development. So now, hopefully beyond hopefully, I can now delete this. Yes! Yes! We got there in the end. And I learnt some valuable stuff. So now the character... I guess it was El Nombre? Mr. Learner is in game 10. Yeah, these two. These two were in that game. So now their game ID is null. Brilliant! Poor Coco. All his spam. All that hard work. Gone. Now we want to look at this, and we want to see, is there anything else that should have that set to that? If you delete the owner, the character should get deleted. I think it might be fine now, you know? I think it might have just been that one line. Made characters not get deleted when a game is deleted. And I think I actually had some manual code in there for that, so we can take that out. I love my cleaning up of this. Game delete. No, I guess I didn't. Ah, it's when you leave a game. When you leave a game, it unassigns your characters. Okay. So let's commit that. I really need to make sure Package Manager console never disappears, because whenever it does, it sets it back to the production database. And then I end up nuking it. Which isn't great. But anyway, that's cool. Whew, only took about an hour to figure that out. So now, the real question is, if I set that to required, Will everything explode again? Am I crazy? I don't keep closing this, it keeps closing itself, right? Maybe I do keep closing it. I don't know. I think I'm going insane. Let's add migration. Owner ID is required. Does this work? Oh, that's so much better than having the name afterwards. This drops a bunch of foreign keys, and then it adds some new foreign keys with cascade deletes. Pick up the window, pick up the NuGet window, attach it to the bottom of the window, then you hover over it and up it pops. Well, I did that, right? I had it like that so that I can do this, but it still keeps disappearing. But I can't tell if I keep closing it or not. Right, is it going to let us apply this? Well, shit. Game's owner ID may cause multiple cascade paths. That just shouldn't be true. I'm liking these database diagrams. Game's owner ID may cause multiple cascade paths. But it shouldn't. Oh! Based on what we learnt last time, the problem is then I'm going to get a bunch of garbage sticking around if people delete their accounts. Problem with that. What other options are there? I might have to manually, no, I don't want to manually do it. The issue is both of these exist. What about a table between game and app user ID that has the game unique ID and the user unique ID? If you delete a game, it deletes matching intermediate table entries, and if you delete a user, it deletes matching entries. But deleting the intermediates has no effect on either the games table nor the app user ID table. Then I run into the same issue, right? Where I'm going to have a bunch of junk kicking around if people delete games. If I wanted to do that, I think I would just do on delete behavior set null. And that would when you delete a game, it'll keep the app user game, but it'll set the game ID to be null. Then I do still have a bunch of stuff kicking around in app user game, which I really don't want. That's okay, James. I think because that will work. It just means app user game will start getting filled up with junk, and we don't want app user game to start getting filled up with junk. We just don't want it. Schedule a DB cleanup task by DB owner that deletes null entries in the table. I think I'll just brute force it. I think I'll just say there's only one place where the user can delete a game, and that is here. Yeah, scheduling would work. I could set up an Azure task to do it. Alright. What? Game ID is a long. No. player items, player info. I should be able to just tell it to remove that, right? It should be smart enough. Maybe. Cannot assign void to an implicitly typed. Oh, right, yeah. That may very well work, you know. So delete the game, then go through, find every app user game that has a game ID of null, and remove them as well. It's not ideal. Definitely not ideal. But it'll sure as hell do the job. So, what changes have I got? I've updated the delete. I've updated that to say, if you delete a game, just set it to null. I've updated that to be nullable. And I've updated that to be required. Do I need to wait for the DB to set all the stuff to null before I delete nulls? I am doing. Here, right? That waits for the DB to be done, and then I do another query. I guess the question is, yeah, do I need to? I think I do. I'm not actually 100% sure. I think I might be able to get away with doing that, but I'm not going to risk it, so I'm just going to say do 2 calls. I think that's fine for now. I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to say updated deletion of game players to be a manual step in the controller. Yeah, I was just wondering if I could do it all client side, because I think when I do this, it sets them all to null in memory, and then save changes goes off and does it. The question is whether in memory this would identify them. But I'm not going to risk it. I'll do some tests with it on a throwaway database I'll spin up later. But that definitely works, so we'll stick with that. Did I create a migration for that? Races can win on every test until you hit production. Yeah, true. Let's remove migration. Then we'll add a migration. And this migration should be setting more nulls on game delete. Let's see what this contains. Yeah, it drops that and it adds a new foreign key that says set me to null when the game is deleted. Let's update the database. Could not create the foreign key app user games game ID with set null because one or more referencing columns are not nullable. I'm sure I made it nullable, right? That looks pretty nullable to me. Required attribute. No, it doesn't have it. That sure looks nullable. Although, what is interesting is it didn't update the database column to be nullable. No, I don't think we want app user ID to be nullable. I mean, it is because it's a string, but this is not set to nullable, right? Even though I've set it in the code. So if I go here and I go to app user games, columns, it's saying not null. Even though I've made the code change, code first, that's what they say. Do code first, make the change, then do the update, and everything will be happy. So I do the code first change, I make it nullable. James says convert is db null is different than string empty, and db null value does not equal string empty. Yeah, but in .NET strings can be null, right? I've done this elsewhere. The issue is, when I added this question mark, it didn't update the database. I don't know why it didn't. Let's see what this does. Nothing. See, that doesn't make sense. Catch you later, James. That's like the third time you said back to work. I feel ya. Update database. Let's go back to added book. And I'm gonna remove the migrations up until that point, because they've all been minimalist stuff, and sometimes EF cores code first migrations. Seems to get a little bit confused. Add migration. Modified nulls on a bunch of stuff. Tell you what, I didn't think today's episode would be database heavy, but here we are. Right, has it been smart enough to figure it out? No, it's just doing foreign keys. Which is messed up because I'm sure I did it on another table. If I go to... Yeah, game ID. Game ID is a nullable long. On character. And we know that's true. Because we said it. So why is it happy to migrate that across? Create table. Game ID nullable false. So at what point did it set that to be nullable true? Because it definitely did it at some point. Yeah, make game ID optional on character. Look, it changed it to make it nullable true. So the migration system can clearly pick up on that. What change set was that in? Leaving kicking from a game no longer deletes character. What change did I make to character? I made it a question mark. Ooh, I gave that a virtual. I don't think that makes a difference. Maybe it does. It shouldn't. Maybe it does. Let's find out. Let's make another trial migration. Still just foreign keys. Why is it not willing to accept that I have made that nullable? When I did the same thing on character, it was willing to accept it. What a mystery. What a mystery. Now I can cheese it and just copy this, but I shouldn't have to. I should not have to. There's no difference, right? It's a public long, nullable. Ah, I'm such a fool, maybe. No, this is what it automatically updates. I'm not a fool. It did this by itself. Did I make any other changes to... No, it should be smart enough to figure it out. It's just not being. Or I should be smart enough to figure it out and I'm not being. One of the two. Also, I really should rename this file. That's better. Why would the migration not pick that up? I swear, if I go to the production database and it's set to null, I'm gonna freak out. Good. Good. So the migration should be reading this and going, oh look, it's set to null. But in here, it's allowed to be null, so let's do him a solid and add a migration thing that says let's change it to be nullable. But it's refusing to pick it up for no apparent reason. It's refusing to pick it up. But why? There's an old saying. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And what I gotta do is say, screw you, entity framework. I'll add my own step to the migration. App user games. If it's going to be a douchebag, then I'm going to start hacking with its auto-generated code. And it's just going to have to live with it. App user games. How'd you like me now, entity framework? Okay, it turns out my hacking, I didn't quite replace everything. I assume. No, I did. I did. The object primary key at user games is dependent on column game ID. Oh, maybe that's why it's not picking it up. Oh, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's a clue. That is a clue. Public int ID. It couldn't make it nullable because it was using it to generate its own ID. So maybe, just maybe, if I give it its own ID, like there you go, have an ID, then it won't be such a whiny bitch about it, and it'll let me change it. Maybe? But on the flip side, maybe not. But then it doesn't know that I want that to be the primary key anymore. Why, when I set up that table, did I not just give it a primary key? Why? These are the questions we have to ask ourselves at night. And the answer is, I didn't think this far ahead. It just thinks, yeah, okay, we'll give you a table a column called ID. Not going to be a primary though. So if I go to one of these, we'll see it. It's setting up the primary key as being a combination of user ID and game ID. And that is why it won't let it be null. Which means... because it's already generated the table, it's not going to be happy to change that. Which means I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna nuke my migration history, and that is going to be a sad thing. I think I've screwed with it too much. I just need to wipe the slate clean. Hello, temp. I'm making... how can I explain what I'm making? I'm about to nuke the production database, so it's not going to work anymore. It doesn't like that. Cannot create the foreign key app user games game ID with set null because one or more referencing columns are not nullable. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm trying to solve. Let's just delete the database. Database, I am sorry, but you are out of here. I'm making a website for organizing and playing D&D-esque games, as in tabletop style. Really? You're not going to let me nuke the database? Is this where we've come to? It's currently in use. Well, I guess that's a fair point. Am I selling it or am I keeping it? I don't understand the question. I don't think I actually needed to do that, if I'm honest. The website. I'm not selling the website, it's for me. Let's nuke all our migrations. We'll make 1 giga migration. The website is my own website. If I was selling it, there is no way I would be live streaming the creation of it, that's for sure. So long, database migrations. May you rest in peace. I don't think I actually need to remove the rest of them, but let's do it for good measure. I've got them all in source control if I decide I want them back. You don't know whether to be happy or sad Flash is being replaced with HTML5. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Add migration. Mega Chad migration. This is going to be everything that we've added to the database. The real question is, why is it still making the primary? Why would you do this to me? Also, I'm sure that just closed itself again. Unless I'm tripping and closing it all the time. Why does it think I would want the primary key to be a combination of these two, instead of just ID? I mean, I can force it, right? I'm sure I can force it. Shouldn't have to do that, though. What? Why is it doing that? Let's check out our application DB context. Right, we're explicitly telling it your primary key is ID. Which I don't actually want to be an int, I want it to be a long. How did I learn to code? I went to university, and what was my first language? True Basic. True Basic. Then C, then C++, then C#, with a bunch of other weird stuff in between. Please set the primary key this time. I'm explicitly telling it to use a primary key. Yay! I mean, it's still not nullable, which is a bit of a joke. But at least it's setting the primary key. So why is it not nullable? Characters game ID is nullable. App user games game ID is nullable. But if we look at the migration, it says no, it's not allowed to be nullable. But if we look at characters, it goes, yeah, sure thing, man, that could be nullable. That is mentalist. They are set up exactly the same. Do I know Python? No. Never bothered with Python. I did a bit of Python back in the day. Back in my first job. I wouldn't say I know Python. I am capable of working in Python. I wouldn't say that I know Python. I used Python to make a bunch of scripts for a game I was working on for the first company I joined, to make bots to autoplay the game. Pretty fun, actually. Why is it nullable there, but not nullable there? The foreign key restrictions should be the same. We can see them here. The foreign key restrictions are indeed the same. So why is that not nullable, but that is? Don't you just love Entity Framework Core? I keep looking back at these as if I'm gonna suddenly have some inspiration, but they're literally exactly the same. As in, to the point where I can do this. and it doesn't make a difference. So why is it not being cool about the whole thing? You heard Malbolg is the hardest coding language to learn. I've never heard of it, man. Never heard of it. I had big plans for today, and they've all been ruined by this this one field. It's really screwed with me. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. Character has one game with many characters with foreign key game ID on delete set null. App user game has one game with many app user games as foreign key on delete set null. They're the same. That can sod off. They are the same. Nullable true. Nullable true. Okay, so it was my mistake. It was my mistake, and the mistake I made was I put this line in ages ago, and that is what was creating these merged foreign key, merged primary keys. So when I did my cool let's force it to have a key, which I don't need anymore, it was already saying, well, you've said this, and if you've said this, there's no way it can be null. So even though I had told it, actually, don't use that key that I said earlier in the file, don't use it, use this other one that I said further down, it was still saying, sorry buddy, you've already said that this is going to be the primary key. And I know we're not actually going to use it as the primary key, but you still can't make that column null. So if I delete that, it'll then automatically pick up that ID is the key, which means we don't need the line that I added down here. And it works correctly. Which means there's just one other change I want to do, and it's a dangerous one. I want to make that required. In the hope that it will force you to have an app user ID. And then it's all good. And then I probably don't need to have nuked all my migrations, honestly. I can probably get them all back. That's what we wanted. App user ID is not nullable, but game ID is. What changes have I actually made? I renamed a file, I added the required, and I added a space. Right, I'm going to undo all that so I can keep my migrations. Now that we know what's wrong, there's no point knackering our migrations. Let's delete this. Keep this. Delete the Mega Chad migration. I'm going to delete the database again. Where is the database? Have I been doing all this on the production database again? Rip, I totally have. This is a real issue with me, you know. I keep nuking the production database. I need to just make it so that I can't do it anymore. But, there is a certain joy in nuking the production database. Right. Let's update database. Round and round it goes. The never-ending cycle. Games owner ID. One day, I'm gonna get rid of all these issues. Must be so boring coding without music. I don't know, it's usually fine. It's the code that keeps you interested, not the music. The music's just there to tune out any unwelcome noises from elsewhere. Introducing foreign key, ASP.NET users owner ID on games. I feel like we already solved this issue. I really feel like we solved this issue. We did solve the issue, but we didn't solve it in my migration. Let's add a new migration now. What? Is that true? You know a guy who learned coding only by tutorials, and he made a whole 5M server. That's a really interesting story. Thanks for sharing. Please set my environment. I really need to fix this whole environment switching thing. So every time I close Package Manager and reopen it, it resets my environment to production. It's really knackering the whole thing. Hey, Coco! What did you miss? I nuked the database. It was an accident. It was a legitimate accident. You can believe me on that. It genuinely was an accident. Which means that I need to steal Callum again. Oh no, it didn't delete the users. I'm positive it was not an accident. I'm positive it was an accident. I swear it was an accident. The users are still there. The users are still there. But everything else is gone. But your users won't be there because I accidentally nuked the database twice. But it was genuinely an accident. I didn't mean to nuke all your spam. I swear. I 100% promise. Yeah, multiple times. I know, it was really bad. I said at the time, Coco's not going to be happy. What does this migration contain? It adds the ID. It updates it to set null. I know, we don't have the glorious blank. I know. Right, so we can delete this. We know that. And then we should be able to re-migrate. And this should contain the changing it over to be nullable. And then we've kept our migration history. Oh look, it's fixing the foreign key. And fixing the primary key. And it's making it nullable. Good. So now we can update database. And hopefully, just hopefully, is it seriously still saying that I'm on production? Yeah. The new guy's gone. Maybe he's just being quiet, Coco. Or maybe he is gone. Maybe he didn't appreciate my flippant response to his comment about whatever he said. A 5M server. You've thrown me off track, Coco. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out why it keeps pushing to my production database. Because when I set the environment to be development, see, he is still here. this should be pushing to my local machine. Taking a long time, which means it probably is. Well, actually, it didn't take that long. But still. Yes. You are like Jehovah's Witnesses for the Discord server. Right, we're actually... I'm not going to say we're in a good position because I do keep nuking the production database accidentally. But we're in a not bad position. I finally have game ID being nullable. Finally. That's only taken 2 hours now. Is it every time I open this it sets it to production? If so, that's mental. Do I need to... Do I need to do something in here? No. Something in here? Let me just steal this. No. Let's do a little Google. Package Manager console default environment variables. Let's do a little search. Use -- environment. I mean, I guess I can use -- environment every time. It's going to be a pain in the ass, but it's better than nuking the database. Anyway, I'm happy with that. Updated app user game to have null game ID. I think that's all I did. Is production actually up and running? Do I just not remember my password? No, but I do because I remade it, right? I had to remake it. Callum. I definitely had to remake Callum, right? I remember doing it. Carl says I was having this exact problem. It's weird how it does that instead of saying already exists, right? I think I'm going to go the extreme route. Sorry, Coco, but the race is going to begin again. This is the last time I'm going to nuke production, I swear. I swear. I definitely won't do it again. I'm also going to republish the website. But first, so what? Update database environment production. That's what it said to do. That's what it said to do, right? Oh, they're saying use .NET EF. Man, F that. Probably just run that command before each one. So it's set to development now. Now it's set to production. I hope you're ready for the race to begin, Coco. Don't steal Callum. You can have any other. Don't steal Callum. If you steal Callum, I'll just be nuking the database again. And that is a fact. Yeah, you can have not Callum, man. The race will begin as soon as this update is done. Thank you very much. Let's just make sure logging in's working, because that is the same issue Cal was having. Good. Good. Right, we're up and running again, and I swear I'm not gonna nuke it again. I swear. I swear. Definitely not gonna happen. And just to make sure, Right, now, I want to know why it kept doing that, though. If I reopen this, it's still development. Have I just been absent-minded? It's highly possible. Definitely highly possible. Anyway. What the hell? Well, great. SQL Server decided to freak out. Sorry, SQL Server. You had one job. I should probably download an update for SQL Server, to be honest. Oh, I'm not connected to the production one anymore. Bear with me. There we go. The reason Carl couldn't log in is you took his name. Yeah, but I think he's talking about what happened yesterday. Right. I can't give you the name of other people's accounts, man. I deleted every single account accidentally. I don't have access to them anymore. Right, cool. Now, what was I doing before I ended up going down that whole shenanigan route? Oh, I was going to try some new shenanigans. Not gonna lie, this might nuke the database. What's this gonna do? It's gonna replace 3 foreign keys. And say that owner ID is never allowed to be nullable. Look, it changed it to production! I'm not tripping, right? That just changed it to production. I never told it to do that. I never told it to switch to production. Ugh. So every time I create a migration, it's switching to production. I mean, that's not ideal, right? I only did one thing. I only did apply migration. Look. I only did add migration. And then add migration said, well, I'll add that migration, but I'm going to change your environment to production. Coco, why would I give you the password for Coco King? You've been stealing everyone else's accounts. It's only reasonable that someone else steals yours. I don't know who stole it, but someone clearly did. It's called karma, Coco. You didn't make the account in the first place. Look, I'm back in production. You didn't make the account in the first place. Well, I guess someone else did then, man. I really need to know why this is setting it to production all the time. It really shouldn't be. And look, we're back to jolly jolly happy time with the foreign key constraint. Yay! Coco, I'm sorry, but I can't do that, man. You explicitly told me to stop renaming users in the database. And I swore an oath to you that I would not rename any more accounts in the database. I swore that oath. You don't want to make me a liar, Coco. You said you, yeah, but if I'm agreeing I'm not going to change your username, I can't agree, I can't say but I'll change everyone else's. That'd be mental. So we're back in the situation where setting that to be required breaks stuff. But at least we're in a better situation now. Now we know that deleting games is going to screw with some stuff. But I thought I got rid of that, right? I thought I told it that when you delete a game, just set it to null. And game, if we go back to our database diagram, our lovely, lovely database diagram. Characters, when you delete a game, characters game ID just gets set to null. We know that because that's what this is doing. App user games, when you delete a game, app user games get set to, game ID gets set to null because that's what that's doing. So what the actual F is it talking about? Because games doesn't reference anything else. Games only references those two and we've solved the issue. I just don't trust this update database anymore. I think it's always updating production. Can I just delete the account? Whoa, you want me to delete someone's account? That's a bit dictatorial, isn't it? A bit heavy-handed. I'll be right back. If Coco can make a compelling reason as to why I should delete the account by the time that I'm back, then I will consider it. Coco says, it is impersonation. I can sue you for that. It is a crime. I don't know, man. I think the name Coco King comes down as fair use. Why is it complaining? And why is it always setting my environment to be production? These are the two questions that need answering. Although I guess they don't really need answering. I can just live with it. Just bear with me for 1 second. Dee-dee-dee. 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 There we go. I'm not sure I do have to delete it, Coco. I don't really have the concept of a verified check mark. I'm sorry, but your argument is not very convincing. For all I know, you do own the account. And you're just on the wind-up. Yay, we got the error. Yay, it set itself to production, but I don't care because I've changed production to mean local. It was the only way to be sure. So, right, we're back to trying to figure this out. Check the live server, check live games. Go on then. That's good, Coco. That's good. It's good to see you venting your frustrations. Right. Why? I want to get off this whole database issue and actually get to doing what I wanted to do in the first place. Now, I know the easy way to do that is just to say, I guess I won't make that required. That being said, I've got that set to not be required anymore, and it's still exploding, right? Owner ID not required anymore. Well, this is fascinating, isn't it? I've got myself stuck on the 9th level of hell. Foreign key constraints. There we go. Right. So. Undo that. We might actually get to make some changes now. As much as I would like owner ID to be required, I don't care enough to wrestle with SQL for this entire stream. So let's get back to what we're actually planning on doing, which was we've added a book. God, that felt like so long ago. I mean, it was like 3 hours ago, but did we make a learning attached to a book? We did not. So let's do that. Book ID. Book. And in here, let's explicitly specify the book. No. That entity learning has one book with many no, just has one book. Just has one book. There is no with many. We're going to keep it simple. The game's on C and D, yeah, I know. They're pretty good. I'm sure Coco's been spamming them even harder. So what's that going to do for us? Add migration. Learnings have books. I guess books have learnings, I guess. Cool. Cool. Cool, so if you delete a book, it deletes all the learnings in that book. I'm not massively sure that's cool. But I think it is, because I've tried deleting learnings and it doesn't mess with characters. So I think it's okay. So, that's cool. Added book reference to learning. Then we need a way to create a book. Create a book. But first, I will push this update to production. This time I actually should go to production. I'm not relying on the environment variable anymore. Are there already learnings on the production one? I'm a big idiot who nukes databases for his own website. Yes, very good. Are there any learnings? Ooh, there's a whole bunch of them. Hey, who's been putting in work? I'm actually not gonna nuke these. I promise I'm not gonna nuke these. We're gonna find a way around it. And the way around it is, I'm going to explicitly avoid nuking these because whoever did all that has really been putting in work. Default value. We need a book. I need to create a book on production. ID 1. 1. Oh, it's going to generate that for me. Owner ID. Okay, I'm going to be cheeky here. Actually, who can own the book? Who put in all the work? We know for a fact that it wasn't Coco. I'm going to assume it was Cal. It was me, Vib! No, Mevib, we'll keep them. We'll keep them. Oh, I see. Someone's going through deleting them all. That's real mature, whoever that is. And that is why I shouldn't have made them public. Mevib, you put in a lot of hard work there, man. I feel your pain. Well, I guess they're doing me a solid then. Anyway, I was going to add a book. Owner ID. I'm going to make Mevib own the first book. I assume this is actually Mevib. Name. Core. Your user has got milk. Oh, did Coco make Mevib? I bet he did. I bet he did. That can be the core set, and the description can be whatever Mevib wants it to be. Okay, we have a book. And that's ID 1. So let's say everything that is currently in there is going to that book. There we go. And that should have hooked them all up. Now, it's going to bitch if you try and add a new one, I think. Because I haven't... Or it'll just add everything to that one book, which is also fine. I think that's what it'll do. So we need to create a new controller for books. Nice. So let's slap and authorize on that. Let's slap and authorize on that. Slap and authorize on everything except view. How old am I? 75? Right, so you have to be authorized, and you also have to be the person who owns the book. to edit it. I'm going to steal some code from games. I still need to make this stuff generic. Oh, this doesn't have the user manager. Cool. We also need to get the book. Not primary key. Yeah, primary key. There we go. Do I know how to fix the invalid login thing? Did you actually create that callback account today? Was this actually you? Or was it Coco? You made it yesterday. You're gonna have to create a new account, man. I've deleted callback so you can recreate it. Because I'm kind like that. And I think if someone else steals someone's username, it's highly uncool. So I will delete it for you so that you can create an account that actually belongs to you. It's not cool to be stealing other people's usernames. Coco, that was very unprofessional of you. Yes, earlier today, all users but Bob and not Bob were indeed deleted. In fact, the entire database was deleted like 3 times. Anyway, if you're not the owner of the book, you're unauthorized. Let's spam this. In a whole bunch of places. That is why you couldn't log in, Meverb, yeah. It was real unfortunate. It's taken still. Someone's stolen it again. Yeah, okay, man. You just be Cal. When am I going to add DDoS protection? Maybe, just maybe, I've already got it. So you're allowed the details if you're not if you're not authorized. You're allowed to create one. You're not allowed to edit anyone else's. You're not allowed to delete anyone else's. That seems legit. Nice. And then... Okay, let's hook that up and then push it, and I'm sure people will spam the crap out of it, but that's okay. That throw on line 120, what catches that? In here? The entity framework catches it and returns it as a bad request or a internal error. I can't remember what the error is. I think it's 500. I think entity framework. I think entity framework. Entity framework definitely catches it and repackages it as a. I think it's an internal server error. Yes. Well, not invalid operation. Internal server. Invalid operation implies they did something wrong, right? Whereas it's just the database exploding. But yeah, basically. We don't have any nice status pages, so they just get a horrible screen where it says, you got back 500. The else is unnecessary. Yeah, I know. Which means it can never actually hit that, which means it can never actually throw. Oh no, that's right. Yeah. This is all auto-generated stuff. Oh, that's supposed to be model. Yeah. I refactored a bunch of the other pages. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. No, wait, that's the wrong folder. Cal says, how is zookeeping generic? Well, it's kind of, zookeeping would be sort of generic, and then you would have specifics for the different animals, right? Zookeeping would be like managing a zoo. Whereas specific animals would be specialized. Right, anyway, I was in layout. I was adding a new navbar item to books. I guess you can see that if you're not logged in. And books should go before learnings. You just renamed it animal handling. After this update, you won't be able to. After this update, only Mevib will be able to modify it. Well, actually, that's not true, because I'm not... Currently, the way it works now, after this update, every learning that anyone creates, only Mevib will be able to modify. But you're just going to have to live with that. Let's publish this and see what happens. Someone had a communist magic learning. That's pretty good. But it shouldn't be in the core rules, it'll be in its own special book. Right, I've pushed an update. I'm not gonna lie, it might have broken some stuff. But now Mevib should have complete control over the learnings, which is probably not a good idea, but it's also not a bad idea. You can't make more? Hang on, let me log in. Ah. Well, that's a good point. I need to make multiple people be able to modify certain books. The insert statement conflicted with foreign key book ID, so it's saying the book does not exist. But okay. Let me just push another update real quick. I think you actually can't make learnings, Mevib. Let me just do this real quick. When you create a learning, let's just say learning book ID equals 1. And let's push that. That's not a permanent solution. That's good, man. See, Mevib's showing restraint. Coco's going totally crazy. But his total craziness is helping me find bugs, so I don't actually mind it. Right, can we create learnings now? Yes. And I believe... Zookeeping. I'm not gonna lie, Mevib, zookeeping is a pretty ridiculous name for an ability. Oh! Okay, don't try and edit anything. You still don't want to name animal handling. Animal handling! You just named it right there, man. It's a good name. Edit needs to have another hidden field. Oh, it doesn't even... Oh, yeah. Another hidden field for book ID. Right, I'm going to publish that as well. There's a lot of rapid changes going on here. I do like the idea of a zookeeping learning. It probably would be specialized though. Thanks, Bebib. I appreciate it, man. Testing, editing. Don't delete testing, editing. I should really be doing these tests on my local version, but... Okay, good, good. Right, now we're going to do a nice update that Mevib will 100% appreciate. I really feel like it doesn't need this try catch. However, ID equals learning dot book ID first or default. Await if book dot owner ID does not equal user ID. I need to grab the user. I need to find a way to make this more concise. But for now, it's fine. Do the learnings not have the return unauthorized? Does the learning controller not have the user manager? Okay. So if you try and edit a book, and you are not the owner of said book, think I'll spam these lines in a bunch of other places. I'll tidy it up later. I won't spam it there. But I will spam it in delete. Yeah. And I'll spam it in delete confirmed. You want to make core learnings not be Coco's janitor? Let me publish this. Hang on. Where's create? Did I do it on create? I'm sorry you guys have forced me to do this. But until I tidy everything up, Mevib is going to be the only one with power. I would like to give Cal that power as well. But after this push, only Mevib's going to be able to update learnings, and create learnings, and delete learnings. I can't leave deletion open to everyone. Otherwise, you know people will just delete everything. You just know it. See, I don't mind this stuff because it helps me figure out people's malicious intent. But I know it's annoying for you guys. No, because I'm going to update it. That does raise a valid point that there should be more than one person able to be responsible for a book. So books really need to have multiple owners, or at least have admins as well as owners. So we'll add admins to books, and we'll have it so that the owner can add an admin who can also do this stuff. Yeah, exactly, right? Not gonna lie, Mevib, you're doing a pretty good job. Can we get a way to sort them into magic and stuff? Well, yeah, that's what you recommended earlier, right? And we are going to do it. I just got caught up in all those database issues for 3 hours. So now if I go to edit, that's weird. It should have thrown me out at that point. Good. We can't edit stuff anymore. Can we get this in alphabetical order, like a filter of some sort? Yeah, I think they're currently done in the order you added them, right? Right, let me check that in, because it seems to be working. What did we actually do there? Added creation of books and stopped Coco messing with too much stuff. For all we know, it might not be Coco. Could be some random. Right, let's make them alphabetical first. You would argue agriculture to be generic. Ooh, I don't know about that. The racial birthings learning is okay. For the learning birthing. I was going to make birthings be a separate section. I was going to have them completely separate from learnings. Going to make it easier to manage. I think. James says, as a former DBA, select return order is not guaranteed unless you order by. Yeah, I know, right? That's that's why I literally just added order by, which I'm gonna push. Racism generic. You've learnt to be racist. To be fair, Rangers get like racism, right? Rangers have racism in D&D. Do they not? I think they do. There you go. Coco, I'm sorry, but your fun is over. I've stopped you being able to even interfere with the learnings in any way. Check books. Yeah, you're gonna have gone crazy on books, man. I know. I figured you might have. That's okay, at least you can't do books without names anymore. Right. I need to make it so that when you create a learning, you can apply it to any book that you own. You want to delete what? Coco's schlock. I am going to have to make proper admin users at some point who can delete, who can tidy up the entire thing. But we don't have that yet. We're just going to have to live with Coco's schlock. At least until I add admin accounts. Now I do feel like Coco's going a bit crazy and admin accounts maybe somewhat of a priority. But I also think that that'll just encourage Coco even more. Let's check that in. Added sorting to the learnings. And just for you, I'll add paging as well. Unless you don't want paging. I'm going to add it. No, I won't add it. Not yet. So what we need to do is when you create a learning, You need to be able to specify which book it goes into. So, when you're creating a learning here, we need to get the user, Carl says, is there a way to make a learning go into a mod-only zone where the mods can publish them? I'm not saying right now, but maybe to be put in the list. Deal with Coco. Vetting of learnings. ETC? I don't know, sounds kinda fascist to me. But maybe. I was in the middle of doing something. What was it? Yeah, so you get the current user. Books where owner ID equals user ID. Order by... Let's start ordering stuff. Let's be nice. To list async. And then return a view with the user books. Eh? Okay. Models, add learning view model, right? Oh, that's to a character. Let's add a new one. I'm not sure I have to do this, but I know it'll work, so let's do it. Public IEnumerable books. Then we make this be the create learning view model. In here, we say new create learning view model books equals user books. in here, we need a drop down similar to the one on the character add learning page. Let's do some weird stuff. Hey, Ultra. How's it going? That wants to be model.books. You sure have to do some weird stuff. Let's make that a list. ID name. Description, sure. We don't really need the description, but that's fine. Then I want to steal this. One day I'll find a nicer way to do this, but it will not be this day. The making it look nice is for definitely another day. Book ID. Book ID. Books. And then in here, hey Meevup, it's still letting you do stuff, right? I should be able to get rid of that. Is that no, it's not letting you do stuff? Because it really should be. Right, let's actually try this locally for once. Can't do stuff. Okay, let's try this locally. And then everyone should be able to do stuff again. You should be able to, though. Bob's password is YOLO. Create a new book. Oh look, it's got a drop down with my ID in it. I guess that's fine. I can get rid of that. This is why we test. Book of Doom. The book, which is of Doom. Wait, you can't delete stuff. It should let you delete stuff as well. It should let you delete stuff, man. Let's test it locally. That's fine. Ooh, this is why we do the test. Parameter expression must evaluate to an IEnumerable when multiple selection is allowed. That's on the list box. But multiple selection isn't allowed. Well, that's an interesting one. That's a real interesting one. So in terms of multi-selection, see, I don't want that. I want a drop-down. Which I also actually... Well, let's see if that works. And then I want to change the adding a learning to be a drop-down as well. But I think I was a bit preemptive on the adding a learning stuff, honestly. Good. Doom mongering. Okay. Book ID. Coco, how much sugar have you eaten today? You've gone a bit crazy. Cool. And I can delete. Which means Mevib should be able to delete. If I can delete here, Mevib should be able to delete on production. You'll be able to create soon enough, don't you worry. Don't you worry. However, I'm going to make it so that the learning index takes an ID. So you can filter by book. So nobody has to read your spam. You can still submit it, but nobody has to read it unless they go into your book. And I firmly believe that will make you tone it down. So then... I wonder if it should be the ID or should it be the book name? No, not the book name, because they can be duplicates. So then I need a way to, on the details for a book, let's add a link. I'm getting rid of that back to list. And let's make that index ASP controller equals learnings. ASP root ID equals model ID. Learnings. View learnings. Let's check that out. And I make the books clickable to where you can go to the list of learnings in the book. That's literally what I'm doing just now, Mevib. That is literally what we're doing just this second, so you'll be happy about that. I mean, it's not clickable, but if you go into details, you can go to view learnings, and it'll show you all the ones for that book. Granted, it's not bringing back that learning that I just created. Oh no, I deleted it. Yeetometer. Yeah. Why can't you create? Because you've been bad, Coco. You've been bad. What is the room everyone's in? 7. Which room? Are you talking about? Oh shit, it's not working. You cannot make a room called 7. 7. A room can't be just a number. Is that what you meant, Mevib? Go to 7. Hello? Alright, Mevib isn't Mevib, right? Mevib is Coco. I forgot Mevib was Coco. I don't even know why I have this chat room functionality in here, honestly. What learning should you create, man? You have made a hell of a list. If we had the ability to group them, that might make it a bit easier to figure out what you want to add and what you don't. Like what's missing. If you grouped them all, then you might look at the groups and be like, we really need swimming. You know? Although I'm sure swimming is in there. But is skydiving? Right, am I happy pushing this? I'm gonna unleash the power on Coco. You have acrobatics, no need for swim. What? Acrobatics and swimming are two completely different things, man. Not in 2nd edition. But this isn't 2nd edition, man. There is indeed no limit in the chat rooms. Good, good. Why did I get a 404? Why are they all the way over there? Oh, I see. I see. I see. Ah, because it's got index. Okay. I should probably fix the root so it doesn't need index. Look at that though. This is all the core ones that Bvib has added. When you go to learnings, it's not going to show you anything. Books were a great idea for filtering stuff. However, there should be more filtering within books. Because as well as learnings, we might also want to add like creature types and stuff. Or like templates for characters. Like if someone wants to be a human, it might set their HP a certain way. If someone wants to be a goblin, it might set their HP a certain way. People might want to create that kind of stuff, you know? Instead of having to manage it themselves. They might want templates for that kind of thing. So we have books, we have learnings. You can't access anything through learnings, so I might actually take that out. I might get rid of that page, because you have to go through a book to access learnings now. I need to update these so that they don't show unless you own it. That should be easy though. I made a nice little helper for that. Look. I made... See this partial actions? See that? So if I go to details and I steal... Where is it? On games, game details. Where is it? On... Shit, where the hell is it? Oh, it's game index, not game details. I'm such a fool. See, I've made this thing. No! Element partial does not allow content and cannot have a separate end tag. Fine. Happy now, Microsoft? Why does Coco have that role? Oh, it was to troll you. I said if he abused it, he was losing it. Did you see, though? I created a jail. So if you're ever pissed off with Coco, just remove all his roles and put him in the jail role, and he'll be limited to talking in the jail chat room on the Discord. I did it to him the other day and he didn't appreciate it. Right, anyway. So I can take this partial. I can go to learnings. I can replace this with my partial. You can't remove all his roles. You can now, man. I took nicknamer off him. I'm sorry, Coco, but you just keep pushing the limits, man. You just keep pushing the limits. So if I go to the Book of Doom, view learnings. What? But I just saw that working. Oh, it's because I'm passing in the model. And learning. Learning is an owned base, right? I'm sure learning's an owned base. Owned base. Oh, it's not. Look at that. Because the learning isn't owned by anyone. Okay, this might get interesting. Okay, I'm not messing with learnings. It does mean I can't use my cool thingamajig to do what I wanted to do. Means I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Yoink. Replace. Item dot book dot owner ID. Item ID. This might still explode. So if you own the book, you can modify them. And then in the future, I will make books able to have admins. Might do that quite soon, actually, because I do feel bad for Cal not being able to interact with the core stuff. Books. View learnings. I should probably make an easier link to that. Ooh, that's what I thought might happen. Cal's dead. Yeah, maybe he is. Yeah, I need to include book. Cal's not dead. Cal just likes being quiet, which is fair enough. You revived him. There we go. I mean, I feel like I should be able to view all them, considering I'm pretty sure it was Bob who created the book. Because Bob's the only account I've got. Which means I've screwed something up. You're sorry for what you're about to do, but you're making a spam book for yourself. That's fine, man. No, you didn't abuse nicknamer, Coco. You've just had quite the attitude today, and I feel like that attitude is enough to reduce your privileges a bit. Just a little bit, you're just losing nicknamer. Not like you're going in the jail or anything. But why would I let someone who keeps writing abuse about me on my own website have special privileges? It just doesn't make sense, Coco. It just doesn't make sense. Coco's really being edgy today, huh? He's really being an edgelord. It's always the rule. Abuse moderation and you lose it. Mevib learnt that one. But he learnt his lesson. Coco's just gone totally crazy today. Now, I have my theories as to why he's gone crazy. But I wouldn't want to be presumptuous. What's up, Mevib? Alright, the spam. It is a bit excessive. I'm preemptively jailing Coco. We all know he's gonna go crazy on the Discord. You can't post learnings in Got Milk spam book. Yeah, I haven't pushed the update yet, man. I'm just fixing a few bugs in the update. And then you'll be able to. Wait, you can't post learning... Oh, it's because it's a different book, man. It's because it's a different book. Yeah. Only the core book. The core book is the only one you can post to. When I push this update, it'll it'll allow it to them all. I'm just making sure this update's okay, because I keep pushing updates that break things. I'm trying to be a little bit responsible. But Coco's spam has really thrown me off. What was I doing? Oh! I couldn't see my learnings, even though I am me. Or I couldn't edit my learnings, even though I am me. Which means... I'm not setting this. Which I do elsewhere, so I'll just steal it for now. There is a bunch of refactoring I need to do. I'll just steal this for now. I like it, man. Right, I think this is going to fix it. I think Goblin Schmel should be a learning, and Goblin Schmack should be a learning. I don't know what they'd do. Alright, let's see if this is working now. Yes. Okay. I'm happy pushing this, and then you'll be able to spam to your heart's content. Hey, Rain! First sound is the lighter. Yeah. It's actually two lighters. One of my lighters has got gas, and the other one is able to create a spark. So I have to merge the lighters together like Voltron to create a flame. Right, so now the update's pushed. I'm not sure what the last update I pushed was. We can now view all the learnings for a specific thing. And if you are the owner of the book, you can edit the learnings. MacGyver up in here. Callum's lighter will be the first item entry in the items section when it's added. I like that. Cal says it's a legendary item. Flame magic is a learning, right? Fire magic? I assume it is. Is there really no fire magic? There's fire building, which is a different thing. There's elemental magic, which I'm not gonna lie is incredibly vague. Does that mean if you're specialised in elemental, you can control all the elements? Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's fine. Maybe you don't want to restrict someone to a single element for a specialisation. Maybe that's a bit harsh. Is Houdiniing like escaping? It must be right. Make the generic and add the 4 elements as specials. Yeah, change it to escape artist, man. Houdiniing is alright, but nowadays I bet youngsters don't even know who Houdini is. They don't even know they're born. Right. I think we should add admin users. Rain says, this is beyond me after a full day of database building. Oh, don't talk to me about databases, man. Don't talk to me about databases. The first 3 hours of this stream were me wrestling with the database. Oh my god, I almost went insane. I almost actually went insane. Goddamn foreign key constraints. You do that 40 hours a week. Yeah, I tend to leave the database stuff to someone else. But I did learn a lot today. Yeah, man, you wouldn't have enjoyed it. It was just me there going, it should be working! And it turned out I just made a stupid mistake and left a line in that I didn't want to be in there. It was my own fault. But I learned a hell of a lot doing it. You'll appreciate this, Rain. There's our database. Worst part is explaining the values and results for the clients. That's always the worst part, right? Like, we're always trying to get refactoring done and trying to get time for tech debt. But it's very hard to argue the case for fixing tech debt to a client. Admin users? Should we add admin users? I feel like then there'll be a war between me, Vib, and Cal. So let's do it. But first, let's check this stuff in. Updated learnings to be tied to books and editable by the owner of the book. Well, I don't mean admin users for the entire site. I mean, like, if someone creates a book, they can assign other people who can maintain the stuff that is in the book. Because one person might not want to have to deal with an entire book. Where can you read the devs' notes? What do you mean the devs' notes? I thought about adding a page which was like updates. And writing what I've updated each time I push. But then I thought, oh, you can't see them anywhere, man. This ain't no open source. There they are, though. This is all the commits I've done since I started making the website. Good luck, Rain. I am already doing that, but I'm doing it locally. The game section is just a list. Yeah. What else would it be? Go on, let's see what this says. Ah, very good. Have games tied to chat rooms. I'm gonna delete the chat rooms, man. The chat rooms are a prototype. So the idea is, when you set up a game, they will be tied to chat rooms. So when you set up a game, you will be able to create sessions, and you will be able to set a time for that session. And then each session will have its own chat room. And I think that'll be quite a good way to do it. The chat rooms on the homepage, they were just me prototyping making a chat room. But at least it's proved that it works. Roll 20 with extra steps. Yeah, basically. Except it's going to be specialized towards C and Re. Which means we can make it take your character sheet and, well, I guess Roll20 can probably apply all that stuff. I don't really know what Roll20 is, I've never used it. But no one is going to visit this site. Probably not, man, but we can use it. This site is going to be for creating and playing. Creating and playing. In the same place. You haven't added anything to Got Milk spam book. Yeah, but you don't want to post it on the internet, man. It's nowhere near ready. I know I'm technically posting it on the internet here, but the idea is, in a game, have I sanitized my database inputs? Hell yeah, man. Ain't no one nuking my database. Create a character. The Indomitable Pig. He's quite friendly, really. Oh, look at that! He can have sword fighting. He can have diplomacy. Welcome back, Coco. Have you calmed down? You can have acrobatics, master. He can have I need 2 separate columns, right? One for generic, one for specialized. I shouldn't just have them all in the one list. You can have cooking. Oh, you got bored of the stream. It's funny how that coincided with you getting timed out. It's funny how that works, isn't it, Coco? Oh, I just got bored. I just got bored, man. I just got bored. The stream was boring me. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I spammed the hell out of it and you silenced me for 600 seconds. I was just bored. I was just bored. That's all it was. You're funny, man. Why would I invite you into my game? You're just gonna fuck it up, man. You have literally thrown away all the trust I have in you for anything. There's no way I would ever invite you to one of these games. How can you F it up? Let's see. You can make a character with a bunch of random shit in it. And I think you will find that was the exact plan you had. You know it and I know it. There's no way you would be asking to get invited into this particular game unless you were going to try and be edgy. And it's just not going to happen. This is my test game. Go to your foreign lands adventure. Have you invited me to it? Ah, nice. This mother effer hasn't created any characters. Zarnak. He can have a description later. I need to sort this list alphabetically as well. He's going to have basic chain fighting. What else did I say? Prayer. Does prayer exist? Am I missing prayer? Am I missing prayer? Am I just not seeing it? He's going to have ritual. Ooh, ritual is specialized. Nah, man, ritual's generic. Ritual is the equivalent of spellcasting. Where's prayer? Prayer actually isn't in the list. Can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. It's in the list. I don't see it. Am I just blind? It's not in the list, though. Did you just add it? Did you just add it? Oh, there it is at the bottom. How convenient. Ritual casting is totally generic, man. What else did he have? I'll take engineering. I assume that's construction. Yeah! Awesome. These should totally be sorted by generics at the top and then specialized, right? It was edited by not you. No, that can't be true. No one else has access to the edit page. I'm sorry, man, but it must have been you. Scavenging, that was the other one. Do generics advance into specialized, as in general metallurgy advances? It doesn't advance, but you can think of it that way. It doesn't replace it, but it does. Cal's username is just Cal. I'll take, well, hunting and foraging. Yeah, I'll take hunting and foraging. The one I came up with was called scavenging. Right, anyway, what am I gonna add? What am I gonna add next? One thing is one simple thing that came up from me just doing that is that when you are adding a learning, you should really specify which book, or you should assign a book to a game or a series of books to a game. But one definite thing was one really simple thing. Let's see. Where is it? Add learning. This one. Order by... No, wait, it's after the select. Order by... name. Also, this line is way too long. All the learnings except... Okay, that order by needs to be out one. we go. That'll order them by name in the list. And then... someone else probably disliked it. That's okay. I remember Coco saying at the time that he spammed and suddenly it was 2. I suspect someone else slammed that dislike button, and that is totally fine. When you view a character, character order by learning. How do you order by 2 things? I know you can. Order by the learning type. You can add learnings, man. I don't really want to do that. How do I order by in place? I guess I can order by on the page. But you can, man. Look. If I create a book... Callum's Book of Wizardry. It's full of spells. I mean, learnings. Hey! Is such a thing possible? Is Coco correct? But when I tested that locally, it worked, right? Yeah, the Book of Doom. When did I last... When did I last push? It was definitely after that. It was definitely after that. Can't delete books you made. Let's verify that as well. Can't trust Coco. Let's push, just in case. You don't even get the "are you sure"? You just get 404 page not found. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. Let me push this, and then I'll verify that. I need a My Books tab, right? We've got a My Games, we need a My Books tab, so you'd have to spam through all this shit just to get to your book. Why would that be doing that when it doesn't locally? But Mevib, you're able to create them, right? Mevib, art thou able to create learnings? Because you created that prayer one after I commented, so you must be able to. You didn't make it was there all along. I'm not sure I believe that. You made it with a different account. That doesn't explain why I can't make one. Book 16. Callum's Book of Wizardry. Set to Mevib. No, not Mevib. Set to someone else. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Am I getting confused? There's a thing for user IDs that sets the owner. Oh, is it not defaulting? Is it not defaulting to the current user? Shit, I think you're right, Coco. I think you're right. You know what's funny? By default, if you don't change owner ID, it's giving every book to whoever created all this spam. Right, let me fix that. So which user is that? It's whoever got lucky with the GUID generation. 2896. It's Cal! Hey Cal, you've got permissions on every single book except Mevib's book. Cal got lucky. Cal got lucky. The GUID it generated for his ID starts with the lowest number. That's really funny. Cal will happily delete all those books. Right, let's fix that. You shouldn't be able to input which user owns a book when you create one. Cal did win the lottery. Let's fix that. And the reason why it was working locally is locally I only have one user. It's when you create a learning, right? Where is it? No, it's when you create a book. Yeah, it's when you create a book. Good call. Let's delete that. Let's go to the book controller. Let's see, when you create a book, we get the current user. And we say book dot owner ID equals user ID. That's really funny. Let's push that. I have faith it'll work. That is really funny though. Cal, you could have deleted those books all along. And that would have deleted all the learnings associated with those books as well. You're amazed at how well it works on mobile. I haven't tried it on mobile. Yeah! These should not have those, so I can show off my cool partial page. That's why the 404 was existing. Callum is now a mobile developer. Not a chance. Game index. Partial. I need to put this in the My Games as well, I think. And in the book index, we need to make a My Books. And we should also let users favorite stuff, probably. I think that'd be fair. But for now, they can just use bookmarks. Not important. I have faith that'll work. I'm having a bit too much faith things will work, but I do have faith it'll work. Here's a question. Is it a fair assumption that the creator of a game will be the arbiter of fate? Is that a fair assumption? Or is that the kind of thing you would decide on a session-by-session basis? So you create a session. You couldn't do it. No, you couldn't do it on a session basis because they have to vet the characters. Session by session. So who vets the characters? The person who created the game. I'm happy with session by session arbiters. There we go, now it doesn't show them anymore because I don't... Oh look, we can see the owner, but it's... that owner should be name, right? Index. That shouldn't be ID, that should be username. What is your ID? Your ID is... it begins with 5925. Have I done that on any of the other ones? I feel like learning should probably tell you who created them. Cal's is 2896. I'm replacing it though, so that you don't need to know your ID. At least for books. Let's push that. At least for books. Then we can see who to blame for the spam. Need some learning suggestions. That's better. You can delete Callum's Book of Wizardry. I'm going to create a new one. In fact, I'm going to create one called Under the Sea. A book of rules for underwater based games. Swimming is a generic basic. Oh, it's annoying it takes you back there. Let's fix that. There we go. Let's publish that. That was already cheesing me off. Mevib says, I'm scared right now. I have some stuff I don't want to see. Oh, you can't even delete your own learnings, man. Oh, right. Which page is that on, man? You can't delete anything anymore. What happens? Somehow a cow made one that isn't you. Yeah, I don't think they can do that anymore. They did that prior to the push. Did you see that when you were... Yeah, that can't happen anymore. Corbett Cooler. It's weird that description says title for a lot of them. It's weird that that has an ID. 5925. Did someone create a user with a GUID as a name? They sure did. Someone was trying to be clever and make me think there's a bug. Sorry, but I'm too smart for that one. Yeah, I can't delete either. Oh, I know why. I've done the same stupid mistake I did last time. They did try to make it look like UmiVib. They did not count on my intelligence being above theirs. This is on the books page, right? There it is. I'm missing this little bit of wizardry. Hello, GGYT. You have no idea what's happening, but it looks good. Thanks, man. Some would argue I have no idea what's happening. But I think I do know what's happening. Right, I'll publish that. Then you'll be able to delete again. I'm sorry, guys. I missed a step in my fixing. Remember when I said I'm sure this'll work and I just pushed it? Rookie mistake. The list is too short. That's why we need groupings, man, so that we can look at the groupings and go, aha, oh. You know, that was weird. There we go. Right, we can delete again. Someone sure is having fun. You visited the site, tried to register, and nothing happened. Does anything happen? You might have tried to do it whilst I was pushing an update. Oh. There we go. Right, we can delete stuff again now. Let's switch that up. I'm publishing again, so it might break again. Yeah, it works, but it's possible to do websites on mobile. I mean, I'm not sure what you're asking, man. I literally have no idea what you mean. Of course it's possible to do websites on mobile. That's better. Coding on a mobile. You would never want to do coding on a mobile, man. That'd be insane. That'd be suicide-inducing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. See, look, the list contains all the learnings from everyone. I need... As you can see, someone thinks they're being cool again. So I need to make it so that... Okay, now what happens if I delete my book when I've assigned a learning to someone? It just works. And it removes that learning. Good. Autocorrect would probably ruin your life. Yeah, it would. Cal says, I use it on mobile. Yeah, Cal, what GG meant was actually writing code on your mobile phone. It would be mental. Catch you later, Balaj Shetty. Good to see you again, man. Oh, that's funny. One. You know, people think they're really clever doing this. But what they don't understand is that there were a bunch of restrictions in place. And I intentionally took them off to give people the freedom to do that. Stalin is indeed spamming with your account. He tried to learn coding from Sketware. You don't remember anything. What the hell is Sketware? Am I going to regret Googling this? Oh, Sketchware. Yeah, stuff like that is dumb, man. It makes people think they're coders, but it doesn't actually teach you how to code. Where am I from? United Kingdom. Right. I'll be right back. I need a drink. Mevib, you really think I'm gonna fall for that? Wow, did GG fall for it? GG, man, you gotta step up your game. Oh, you meant by sketchware? Yeah, you totally did. I'm enjoying people trying to be clever. Yeah, I thought you got him as well, man. Turns out no. Turns out he got by sketchware. You can learn to make an app. It'll be really easy. All you have to do is drag and drop things. It's like building Lego. There's no way in hell that coding is like building Lego. It's the most stupid thing ever. But people who don't know coding think, maybe it is just like building Lego. It's 100% not. Is there an app you can learn coding from? Probably. There's actually some really good resources for learning coding. I'm not going to insult you by suggesting the ones that are for kids, but some of the ones for kids are actually really good. It's a tricky one, because I learned a long time ago. So I can't really answer the question. Like, there's really good websites for, like, 8-year-olds. Like, a few of my colleagues have kids, and they've signed them up to sites that are literally for, like, 8-year-olds. But they're really good. For, like, that age. And I think it'll really help them going forwards. But for actually learning to code, Mevib says, I think that's too old for GG. You don't have to take that kind of abuse, GG. Yeah, I don't know. People always ask me that. They always ask me. And I think, and I said this to Coco, the best thing you can do is type the Windows key, type PowerShell. Every computer comes with it. Open PowerShell. Boom, you're programming. You can do all sorts of stuff. Cal says, sad Mac noises. Gigi says, step 1, get a computer. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, if you don't have a computer, you're not gonna learn how to code. That's just a fact. And hey Cal, I think you'll find that PowerShell is cross-platform nowadays. PowerShell on a Mac. Oh, what's that? Installing PowerShell on a Mac? I don't think it comes by default, but they have updated PowerShell. Literally this year. So that you can have PowerShell on a Mac. So happy Mac noises. It was Grasshopper. Sketchware is an app for making apps. Yeah. I was doing something. What was I doing? Oh. I was pondering the fact that when I edit a character, it has all the learnings anyone's ever created, instead of just the specific ones. For example, whoever put this. So what we really need is in a game. Well, this is where we get into it. Not in a game. A character. I guess a game could have them as well. A game should be tied to a book. A game is tied to a book. Make it to where the creator picks the books for learnings used. Exactly, Mevib. Exactly. So what we need to do is make it so that a game is linked to a book as well. Let me just check all this stuff in, because I think we can relatively safely say I haven't broken anything. What have I actually done? I've ordered the learnings. I've cleaned up some white space and added a link reference that I don't need. I've made that really cool, and I can get rid of that. Oh shit. And I've done that. Okay. Fixed a bunch of things. Not the most explicit change set description, but it is accurate. I did fix a bunch of things. What did I just say? A game should be tied to a book. A book? For now, a book. Multiple books would probably be better for the future. For now, a book. Doesn't have to be. I might get into a bunch of database woes here. Okay. Games have books. Good. Good. If you try and delete a book that is used by games, it shouldn't restrict it. It should just remove that book from the game. And yeah, let's update the database. This is only my local database, so don't worry. I've learnt my lesson. Sort of. So then, when you create a game, we want to have a drop down. Oh, this is where it's going to get killer, because you don't want to only be able to use your books. You want to be able to use anyone's book. But that means it's going to be full of all the shitty spam. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? Plus, in the future, they'll be like, if you think long term, hypothetical long term, I'm not going to say this would take off, but you have to design it as if it would. You don't want to have to go through every single book to assign one to your game. Because even if there was only 20 books, that would still be a pain in the arse. So, for now, you're going to have to go through every book. I'm sorry, but it's true. You're going to have to do it. There's no other way around it. Digimevib, nobody likes a snitch, but I'll check it out. Oh yeah, very good. Very good. Let's see. How are we going to deal with this? Not the spam. I don't mind the spam. For now, you're just going to have to pick it out of the list. We'll deal with it in the future. You rate that one boring out of 10. Yeah, man. I feel you on that. Create takes nothing currently. I think I need to do the same thing I did for learnings, right? In learnings, I made a view model. Add class create create game view model. And that'll inherit off game, and it will have, come on Visual Studio, a list of books. So then in the game controller for create, in here, we want to do what we did in the learning controller for create. Except not going to be user books. For now, it's just going to be all the books. And I know that's going to suck. But we need to come up with a decent way of filtering. What's that complaining about? Oh. Oh, you didn't have school today, eh, Coco? Return new, create game view model, books equals user books. Then we want to do one of these. In the game create. Ooh. Model needs to be create game view model. We need to steal this. Did you find that, Meevib? Don't worry, Meevib, it'll be out of your list once we implement this. Right, so then that's going to pass it forwards. And then here, we don't want that to be a learning, we want that to... No, shit, wrong. Whew, that was close. And here, we don't want that to be a game, we want that to be a create game view model. And I think that's it. In fact, arguably, that can still be a game. It sure can. So let's test that out. It might freak out because there's games that already exist, kind of how the learnings did when we tried to add a book. look at that. Why is that happening? Because there are no books. Good. 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 And then I want that to be a list of all learnings from that book. Which means I need to create another book. I'm not going to Thanos the books, don't worry. Don't worry. I might have to Thanos the games, but I won't have to Thanos the books. And I can probably get away with not Thanosing the games by just making every game use Mevib's book. Which is exactly what we'll do. So here's the problem that we're going to fix. If I create a learning test book, do Thanos the games because there's 2 pages of spam. Yeah. Test learning 2. So now in my game, you see it's got both of them. Look, Coco's in an edgy mood tonight. He's very sensitive. He's just lashing out. He's going through, presumably, some sort of hard time. He doesn't want help. Help is the last thing he wants. The only thing you can do is damage control. So, oh right, I didn't actually test what I wanted to test. Did I? No, I totally did. Okay, good. So when we go to character add learning, in here, this is a little bit crazy. But we want to not get all the learnings. what we want to do is include the game, and then we want to say oh, this is going to be killer. Where book ID equals character game book ID. That actually wasn't that bad. So now if I go back to games, I go to details, I go to Bob, I add a learning. Hey! Hey! Nice. Let's publish that. Did I push that already? No. And this is where it might explode. I don't think it will explode, but it might. Cal says, can you add a search function for learnings in Character Maker? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Please work. Oh, and it will work because it's allowed to be null. Can someone add you to the core book? How do you mean? Book 1. He means let him add learnings. That is a whole feature thing we need to do. Okay, Mevib, I am updating the foreign lands to use book 1. I'll add nice UI for updating it, but currently you can only do it on create. Now the foreign lands uses book 1. And if I push... Did I already push this? No. If I push this... Let's see if this works. Maybe for adding a learning, instead of doing it on the character page, you should do it on the learning page. What do you think? Like on the learning page, there could be a button. There could be a drop down of all your characters on the learning page, and you could do add to character, and you could click it. How do you guys feel about that? So instead of a character adding learnings, you go to learning and then you apply it to a character. That would solve the spam issue. I'm just not sure how user-friendly it would be. Just to clarify, Coco, is that you admitting that it was you who added them all? And look, it's gone! The random spam is gone because this game used... Also, I should really change this from add user. But the random spam is gone from the book list. Yeah, okay, I'll nuke. What am I nuking? Games. People. Anyone whose name goes beyond here is getting nuked. I'm sure people will just add them again. But this will be a nice test of how my code handles deletions. Ah. Let's go on a nuking crusade. Maybe you said you wanted the spam gone, right? So if you own a book, your account can't be deleted. That shouldn't be the case. Is that Brian, the real Brian? Is Brian here? Brian, are you here? Yeah, Patino. Coco, I still don't know why you made this game, man. No, not Patino, there's another one called Brian now. I don't know, Coco, it's got your name on it. Coco, I'm going to confess. I made it, and I will delete that account. I feel like I've teased you enough. I actually did it on stream if you'd been paying attention. I sat there and I created the Coco King account. It's not letting me delete it because he owns a game. That shouldn't be happening, but okay. You don't pay attention to coding, so really it was on you if you think about it. If you own a game, you can't delete your account. I need to fix that. Right. We've cleaned up the spam. However, Carl's talk of filters. We need to figure out what we're going to do. I think groups for learnings make sense. I think groups for learnings make sense. Oh, I've got a headache. Nothing worse than a headache, man. Nothing worse. Just that constant buzz. I think I might call it a day there. This headache is really messing with my capacity for focusing. It's really not great. You made a Discord cat channel, it's really cool. Let's see what it is. All I see is Coco's spam in gaming. Time to delete it all. You know, my generous not many rules policy really is a pain in the ass sometimes. Right, this headache is getting me down. I'm gonna head off. I shall, my jail doesn't work. Are you sure? Oh shit, you're right. You're absolutely right. It should do, right? It should work. I know you can't add to the core book, Cal. Okay, you see when you say before I go, let Cal edit core, the only way I can do that is by taking away your access, Mevo. And I'm sure you're not going to agree to that. Why? Because... Okay, let me explain. You see how... each book has an owner? Only the owner can modify stuff. Now, I could make it so everyone can modify stuff. But that is going to really not be a good idea. I think we can all agree on that. I think we can all agree that letting everyone modify stuff is not a good idea. But... Of course I didn't count Goblin Schmeck and Goblin Schmack as spam. Goblin Schmell. That's how bad this headache is. I can't even remember Goblin Schmell, Goblin Schmack. Cal, I'm gonna do something very special for you. No, 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 Cal. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Cal is going to get Giga Chad privileges. Giga Chad. Before I give Cal Giga Chad privileges... filtered learnings based on game book assigned to game. Let's give Cal Giga Chad privileges. Giga Chad. This is why I really need to fix my authentication stuff. Mevib says, I want Giga Chad. I'm sorry, Mevib, but you got ownership of the book. If you just said, no, no, Cal can have ownership of the book, and then you were in opposite situations right now, you would get Giga Chad instead of Cal. You don't need it, no. But this is going to let Cal literally modify anything. hope can't. Have I tried drinking water? No, I haven't. Probably should, eh? You don't need to be able to modify games or characters. Me, but I'm capable of dealing with my own headache. I do appreciate the sentiment, though. I do appreciate it. So if I publish that, let's verify that Cal now has GigaChad privileges. And the good thing about doing GigaChad privileges just hard-coded like that is it means if I do want to add admin accounts, I can just replace the GigaChad stuff with proper admin accounts. Right, Cal. You should now see this stuff on most things, including the learnings. Okay, try and add a learning to the book. Let's see if it works. Try and add a learning to court. I can't jail you if you're not in my server. Coco! I swear my headache is bad enough that I genuinely don't care right now. You can't. No, I care enough to solve this. What do you mean you can't? Are you saying that this list is not giving you GigaChad? Maybe this will be the thing that gets me over my headache. You can't add learnings. Oh, does it not appear in your drop-down? Ah, it won't appear in your drop-down, right? Is that the problem, Cal? Thought there might be something I'd missed. Learning create. Or user ID equals gigachad. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Tomorrow we'll add groupings, because I think groupings are going to be quite important, right? Because core is going to have a massive list. And you're going to want to be able to group them by type. Right, it should let you now. I mean, it won't let me because I don't have a book. But it should let you. It works now. Have you tried actually submitting one? It's probably worth actually submitting one. Submit one! I know me and my half-assed solutions. You'll end up submitting it and it'll throw you back a nasty error page. I know me well enough to know that that is highly probable. Let's make sure it works. You did add one. What did you add? I'm sure you added one because I just refreshed the page. And I'm sure it moved. No, it didn't work. It just didn't work. Rest in peace. I'm curious why, though. I'm curious why. I have some theories. Not many, though. Not many. It should work. Ah, don't you worry about it, Cal. Don't you worry about it. My headache's not that bad that I can't deal with this. Why would that not have worked? You made AAA. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Did it throw back an error? Did it throw back an error? Or did it say it was all cool? Because when you create, it says, is the model valid? Then it adds your learning. Why wouldn't that work? Why wouldn't that work? And then there were two. Two what? I feel like GigaChad should be working. Oh my god, I'm such a fool. You know what I actually did? I actually made it so that everyone could edit Cal's stuff. I didn't make it so that Cal could edit anything. Whoops. This is why I pushed everything, so that I can go through here and go, oh yeah, I did that, that's correct. That's correct. That's not correct. That's correct. Book owner, that's correct. Yeah. Okay. That'll work. Not that Cal's here to test it, but I am putting my seal of approval on it. I know it'll work this time. So it was letting him try, and it was only that was stopping him. And then we can test it without Cal. Are you gonna get mod back at some point? Yeah, man. Of course you will. Of course you will. Let's add a new class. I do own Callum, right? Yeah. Just checking. Just checking that's not one of Coco's accounts. Don't tell me that GigaChad's got a typo in it. Yeah. I am dealing with the headache. I'm dealing with the headache. by solving a problem. You know what? It's the best way to do it. Take your mind off it. Not only that, but I'm solving the problem in such a way that hopefully, in the future, when I want real GigaChat accounts, how did I miss that? How did I miss that? GigaChat, GigaChat. Dee 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 dee. Good luck with that sleeping for 30 minutes, Coco. GigaChat. GigaChat. That's weird. GigaChat. GigaChat. Let's see if that works. Now I should test this locally. What can I say? I'm living on the edge. Let's see if I can add AAA. You know what? I won't even do it to core. I've got access to them all. Look at that. Can I delete it? No. Well, there you go. There's a compromise. Why can't I delete it? I know. I should be... So if this works, all I need to do is switch that over to Cal's username, and then you two can hash out the details. Welcome back, Mevib. I think I've just got GigaChat working. Test locally. Well, I should have done that. Before you pass out music link. The Giga Chat is real! Nice. Music link, 1 sec. There you go. So now all I need to do is go to constants and change that to be Cal's ID. And now Cal is the new GigaChad as soon as I publish this. Ooh, the intense waiting. And now I should have lost all those privileges. I sure have. Nice. Cool. So Cal can now be informed he has the GigaChad. And I am going to head off. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And tomorrow we're going to figure out how to manage these learnings. And we'll also try and not spend 3 hours dealing with database issues. Figure out how to manage the learnings. Add birthings. I'm not sure what we'll do about that. Think about equipment. And once we've got all those, it'll actually be time to start adding sessions and figuring out how they're managed. And moving the chat rooms into the sessions. And all that cool stuff. But for now, I'm gonna head off. And I shall catch you guys later. Adios!